right. Prepare the tweet! Oh my, what is that? Oh, I should leave the meetup. I'm not at the meetup. I don't have to leave today. Because I'm not there. Alright. Ready? Right. Okay. Okay. We're just going to get going. Chat's reset. Chat is resetting now. Oh, weird. All right, let me try refreshing again. If at first your refresh does not succeed, refresh again. So apparently Coinbase got hacked. Well, remember, kids, not your keys, not your money. Wow. Anyway, all right, that's not what we're here for. What we're here for is this juicy goodness. So first, I'm actually going to go back to, I think I have it on the root company as S client. We'll see. Yeah, I do. Okay. It has been a while since let's see, I updated this 2 years ago, it looks like. Oh, wow. Has it been that long? Wow. Time is just flying and flying and flying and flying. Anyway, this is another place where I have some tunneling and other stuff going on. And secure, skip, verify, next protos. Let's see. Oh, interesting. I just wanted to see how I did this previously. See, I don't want the overhead of a wrapper function. I don't want the over. Let's see. How did I do the pipe here? Oh yeah, got to remember about that one. But I guess I'm using io.copy. I don't have to worry about it. Wait, how does this possibly work? Oh, I'm just reading from this one and writing to that one. Got it. I wonder why I didn't use io.copy here. Okay, I just do go pipe from one and go pipe to the other. I wonder, yeah, why didn't I use io.copy? Huh. But yeah, that's how I did it here. Is I use a go routine on one and the other one just stays in the channel. So I think I'm going to use that same pattern for this one. Where, let's see, and do I do anything to handle the issue of, well, what if this stops? Oh, okay, but this does have a problem that is solved in the other example. The problem that we have here is that if the remote side of the connection breaks, then the local side allows the program to quit, which I guess makes sense. Well, I guess, okay, the question is, we're piping from, is it into, how did I do it? Pipe the reader and the writer. Okay. So we're piping into connection from S-client. So it's possible that one side of the connection closes early and then that would cause the program to exit, which we actually don't want. We want it to be possible. In fact, I wonder, I don't remember how server sent events are done, but with a server sent event, the client side might as well be closed. No, no, because do they acknowledge the ping? The other? Okay, never mind. There might be something to it still. Oh, interesting. What is that leaf? Oh, that's part of that. Okay. Yeah. So I do like this approach. I don't think that the wait group is going to be the way to go. But I like the basic idea here. I think that is an improvement upon the way that I did it before. Okay, we're going to dial the connection. There's a lot that could go wrong there. Actually, we should dial the connection. This is a weird one. We should actually dial the connection during the handshake, because if it fails, we'll just want to get the next. Oh yeah, we'll want to get the next back end. Okay, so let's go ahead and implement that. So now we're at the good parts. Now we're at the parts where we actually are implementing the proxy. How's it going, everybody? What's up? Feel free to say hello. Keep it light and funky. All right. So we'll get the local adder. We'll dial TCP. Probably some more config that we need with that. Like we need a context. Let's see. Oh. Actually, we don't need anything out of here other than this, but I want to go look at dial because I want to make sure that our dial is secure. And make sure that we have a timeout. Do we have dial with context? Dialer takes context? Okay. Hmm. What is this one? All right. And how do we get a dialer again? How do we... Okay, type dialer. Okay, got it. Duration versus deadline. Understood. Good, good. You know, I wonder because there's only going to be so many backends. We could just keep a connection to each backend. And we could just have a backend connection warm and ready. Hmm. Okay, cool. So we're going to do a dialer here. So let's do net.dialer. Okay. Timeout can be, I'd like to say no longer than 3 seconds. We could set it shorter. We could make that a config option for the back end. But I think 3 seconds is pretty reasonable for something that's local. We should get a connection in that amount of time. Fallback delay. Local address. Okay. Oh, this one doesn't matter. Okay. Okay, dual stack is deprecated. Fallback delay. Fallback delay. That's what it already is. Keep alive. It's already going to be 15 times dot second. Interval. Oh, cool. Nice. I love that it gives that much control. Our resolver. All right. All right, enable idle 15 seconds 9. Enable is true. Count is 9. Idle. Let's see. So keep alive config. Okay. Okay, so, and what are these deprecated? All right. Okay. All right, there we go. So let's do get backend connection. All right. How's it going? Welcome. Willkommen. Oopsies. Whoops. Okay, and then we're going to have a context here. Okay, so we need ctx context.context. Oh, we said the config context here. Okay. Let's see. Ah. So we should be able to, we need something like, let's see. We need some sort of way to cancel these remotely. Like I'd like to be able to list, here's 100,000 connections and kill that one. Oh, whoops. Hmm. I think sync.map would work for this scenario where the keys are disparate. So I could create a bunch of sessions and kill all sessions that are associated with a particular backend. Okay, so in that case, all right, this doesn't need to have its own context. All right. All right, is active. Do we have a Boolean atomic? Oh, whoops. Bool. Hmm. Trying to think if I want to use that or not. You know, I really like this playlist. We're going to play it again. In the words of the great Taylor Swift, we're going to play it again. Ah, I miss her when she was a country singer. She was so cool. Then she got all angsty. If you want angst, you can just watch my channel when I'm doing some JavaScript. Or just working in anyone else's code base at all. All right. All right. All right, so the thing we got to do here is figure out how to fail a backend properly. Yeah, I need to be able to get the backends that are dead. We need to somehow get those out of the list. I'm not sure how to do that. All right, so if not, terminate. Okay, wait, if terminate TLS. All right, here's our back end. Hold on. Normalize. Actually, you know what? I guess the backend could be used on multiple ports. So let's say we have an address and port. But if that's the case, I think that's less likely. I don't know, we'd have to see what it is. But I wonder if we could just put host here being the name and the port. Anyway. All right, so when we normalize this, when we copy a backend, right, backends are up at the TLS match layer. TLS match. What I'm going to do here is grab each of the backends. B.address B.port. Okay. Sometimes I wish it wouldn't send me directly where the error is on save. I'd probably turn that off. But I have to spend time to figure out how to do it. And that would be a D. Okay. Come on. All right, so we do the handshake. If not terminate, do not terminate. Otherwise, termination is not implemented. Ah. Ah. Whoa. Ah. All right, error no TLS config. All right, if that one's closing. Okay. All right, BE on goes to where? All right, so if there's no config, nothing we can do. If we have error, do not terminate, that's where we do we even need to do go pipe? Because we're already in a go proxy, right? This whole thing is a go proxy. All right, so here we should just be able to do io.copy. All right. Let's go take a look back at this again. This was what? HelloCon? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to defer hc.close. That makes sense. Grr, why is it going back here? All right. All right, so this one I am all right, I'm going to use the wait group. All right, so we're going to defer the done. We're not going to worry about bytes copied. Well, actually, maybe we are. Okay, I think I take it back. I think I do want the overhead. We're just going to use con for right now. Honestly, I don't think I care too much about these errors. I got to think about it more. All right, so first things first, where'd that loop go? Okay, I like this. This looks good. Um, all right, we already deferred that close there. So we don't need the closes here, because we already did that essentially. Okay, so we're going to copy the peak data because the first argument is the into, right? That's what I need to make sure of. Yeah, copy, writer, reader. All right, and then here we're copying to the client from the back end. Okay, so wait, this one is we're copying Backend to client. Okay, and we are going to wait. And then I don't know if we care how this ended. Wait, did I backwardsy this? Let's see. Close right half of the local connection. Okay, I got it. I think I backwardsied it. Okay, cool. And I just added back into spells so that I don't get that error or that underline that I was getting. See how it underlines misspelled words? I'm a beginner in cybersecurity. Can you explain me what you are doing? I am writing, let's see. I'll explain, what am I doing? I am writing the TLS part of a web server reverse proxy. So I want to be able to proxy a TLS connection regardless of whether it's web traffic, meaning HTTPS, or something else. And I want to be able to proxy it regardless of whether it needs to be terminated, meaning that it needs to be decrypted, or it's going to remain encrypted. So you've got this server that I'm writing, and you've got web server, Postgres, SSH, other things over here, and it's going to receive an encrypted connection, and then it's going to either forward that encrypted connection or potentially decrypt it and go to whichever target it needs to. So it's like a reverse proxy, but for TLS rather than HTTPS only. You know, like it can do HTTPS, but it's not just HTTPS. And I'm going to have to add the proxy protocol to it too eventually. That's another thing. I'll go ahead and add that to the struct. And technically, I think there's two versions of the proxy protocol. So this should actually be an int. I don't know why it's going over there. But yeah, tell me if that made sense or not, what made sense, what didn't make sense, and I'll try to rephrase or expand as appropriate. I wonder if IO copy buffers partially. Let's see, copy buffer, copy in. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Buff is equal to nil. And we're gonna make a limited reader. Make byte size. Okay. 32 kilobytes. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I was wondering about this because internally we could be using jumbo frames, and on the internet pretty much everything is an MTU of 1500. I have tried using jumbo frames on the internet, and basically any new internet stuff, IPv6, jumbo frames, any of that, you just can't use it on the internet. You can use it internally, that's great, but the moment you try, nobody who cares about their customers is gonna give them IPv6 or jumbo frames, because the likelihood that something goes wrong is 100%, and the likelihood that they notice the difference in their experience is all right. As a beginner, just started his CS major course in college a few months ago. What projects or course related to cybersecurity would you suggest? I don't know. I would say do something that you are interested in. I mean, this is the same thing I say to everybody. Just do something that you personally care about and are interested in. And the reason for that is that then you will know how to look it up. You will know how to break down the pieces. One great thing to do would be implement an OIDC provider, an OpenID Connect provider. Learn JWT, learn how to hash passwords, try to stick within the standard library of well, Go, for example, when building it. Try not to use anything outside of this. If you use Go, you don't need to use anything outside of the standard library, and you shouldn't. If you're learning, especially, you just shouldn't. You look at other people's implementation, sure, but don't use other people's implementation, because Go has everything that you need. And if you can't implement it yourself with Go's standard library, then you just don't know enough. So you should learn. All right, where are we at here? Dang it. Where was I? Okay. New hello con. Okay, I do not like how complicated this got. Let's see, is there a way I can make this a little bit easier to rock or grapple with? I don't think so. I think that's just the way it is. Okay. Mark as inactive and try next, blah, blah, blah. We're not doing that yet. All right, so right, this would actually be mostly the same. Oh, we're in trouble there. Let's see. What would have to be different about this? Let's see what TLS server does over in GoLand. Can we swap out? Let's see, what does this do on the inside? Hmm. Okay. So basically, oh, let's see here. So yeah, I just need to invert this though. All right, so hopefully we don't actually need that then. We're gonna pipe the hello con. No, we will need this. Because we're just gonna pipe the connection, but we're just gonna treat it like a connection. So client and backend. We'll just call it ccon. Okay, so it will have read a certain amount. All right, we can get rid of those buffers now. And we just pipe the connection. And we don't need to copy the peaked data. All right, so what is all this stuff then? All right. Okay, so we can pipe this connection. Ccon. All right. Okay. So the difference between the two is essentially this one, we're unwrapping the hello connection. We're not allowing it to write an error. Oh, you know what though? What happens when it's actually successful? That's another thing we're gonna figure out. Because the handshake, okay, this is something. Okay, where was the handshake at? Handshake happens here. But we actually need to change the mode. Terminate TLS. Do not terminate. All right, so in this case, we need the HC pass-through mode. I really don't like that. Maybe we can pass through. It's just way too long, you know? Yeah, that's a little better. All right. So we need to change the mode of it, and the hello con actually needs a different write function depending on what we're doing here. So it's got this read function. So if not pass-through mode, Oh, it's crazy. I'm thinking about assembly. I'm not probably thinking about it very well because I don't know assembly, but now I'm, I'm thinking about it. The if condition here, saying if this, then do the thing. If the condition is negative, it would have to jump. So now I'm actually rethinking a lot of my, when logic is what's important, it's different than when when the business logic is important. It's different than when the performance characteristics are important. Okay, so if we're doing pass-through mode, then hc.con.write b, we're just going to return this. And then at some point, hopefully this can get optimized away by branch prediction or something. I don't know. So this, so far, oh, not clone. Close. How did that end get there? Did I do that? All right. And we're actually going to implement where's the bytes red? Okay. Okay. So with the new con, I don't think we're going to use the new con. Are we? Yeah, we don't use the new con. HC buffers, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what all that was about. That was silliness. That was just silliness. So let's go to HelloCon. And I am going to redefine it so that it does have these in it. And then we're going to go over to NewCon. New HelloCon, same thing. And okay, for this, Do we have an increment or just an add? Okay, we have addition, but we don't have increment, which is totally fine. Okay, what was I gonna do? New hello, and then maybe I just will continue to use the hello con in both cases. All right. Read. Oh wait, so this one actually could have EOF. Could be. Oh, darn it. Okay, so we're actually gonna wait on that. So UN 64. All right. So, yeah, in the default case, we want to, when we want to do the if condition here, we want to optimize for the thing inside the if being the thing that's the most common when we're doing performance-oriented code, because it's going to check this and progress to the next line. Versus if we were to do it the other way, they would have to introduce a jump, and then it would have to jump. So the one, it just gets to increment the counter, and the other one, it has to add to the counter. I think. I could be wrong about that. I need Niles on here to tell me what's true. I was going to ask him, but I'll wait. Okay. Read. We're going to get rid of this whole thing. That's just all going away. Okay, now we've got this. Hello, con. Oh, no! And it takes me back here for some reason that I don't understand. What if I just got rid of that? And I went here. Oh, interesting. It's the new line. 320. Wait, where's my dialer at? Dial context, not with context. Just dial context. Okay, fine. All right. So we got the new hello con. I need to get the go back to the reader for this. All right, so it's going to read. It's going to add however many bytes. Might be 0. If it's pass-through mode, it's just going to return whatever it got. And if it's not in pass-through mode, then it's going to append these buffers. Kind of want to make a function for this that's going to be whoops. What's something like set pass through or just pass through? Let's see if this was a good idea or a bad idea. Okay, in this case, the buffers are consumed, so we can get rid of them. Okay, let's take a look here. Okay, with the pipe hello con. do not terminate. So that's gonna have to enter pass-through mode internally. And this one's gonna have to enter pass-through mode at that time. Let's see. There we go. There we go. I'll leave it bytes red. I was thinking about just making it red and written, but I like the bytes red and written. It makes it easier to grep for. You know, we could actually, I think we could do one better here as well. And that I think we could get the TCP connection out of here and optimize that a little more rather than having it be a netcon, because we know it's a TCP con. Although I'll be very interested to see how the HTTP3 stuff works out. Still seems like HTTP2 is pretty new, although I think half of the time of the internet's been around, HTTP2 has been around at this point. Let's see. All right, HTTP 1.1. Where's the date? 1999. Okay. What? Proposed standard? This is not a standard yet. It's standards track? It's not a standard? HTTP 2 isn't a standard? What? Is this for real? That can't be real. What? 9 years ago. $34 years ago. Okay. I thought HTTP 2 had been around a little longer. Superseded by HTTP 3. Interesting. Oh! What happened, camera? Whoop. What is going on? Oh, there we go. Camera didn't like my face like that. Okay. Okay. So... And so from a TLS server, I cannot get access to the TLS connection, right? That's what I found? So if we went to server, and I connect to that way. Yeah, it's all private methods. So if I look for type con, do we have con? Hey, looks like Quick is in the standard library. All right, con is client, quick state. All right, and that panic is not meant to stay here, by the way. That's just for testing. So what we're going to have to do for this TLS connection here. Well, first of all, let's see. Does TLS connection, is that an interface or is that a concrete type? Let's see. I hope that that's an interface. Okay. All right, but then this con is going to have all of the methods for net.con. Export the struct field too. All right. Well, I mean, if it's good enough for the Go authors, I guess this gets optimized away. Ooh. Okay, so we can get the connection out of there. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, I just had one other thought about this too. I might want to rename ALPNs to... Well, I don't know what else I would name it, though. Next Protos? I don't know. Let's see. TLS ALPN. I mean, I could call it ALPs. What do you call it? ALPN protocol? Yeah. It could be called protocols. And we could call it server names and protocols. That would be appropriate. And that'd be pretty easy to just find replace. Okay. All right, so we're gonna have maybe I should just have pipe be a function of HelloCon? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, how about that? How about we just move this bad boy over here and call this lowercase pipe, I guess would be fine. Seems to make sense. This one's a little more generic, so that makes sense. So everything here, we can just redo HelloCon with TLS con. And then we can do HC with TC. And then we can get rid of all this. We don't have to worry about pass-through mode. Oh, method read has a pointer receiver, eh? Oh, I think I know what I need to do here. Okay. So where are we at now? We're still hyping away. Okay, so I think that's just fine. I need to track sessions somehow. And okay, so before actually the backend connection I have a context for. So that's good. Okay. All right, I think that's about right then. So my guess is that this now works. Let's see. So I think what I want here is to panic. And I also want to panic here. All right. what we call a double pipe. But would there be a better word for this? Isn't because this is doing the opposite. This is not piping. This is connecting. This is transferring. This is what's the other word for this? All right, let's see here. This might be a good one for Jippity. In Go, the function pipe net.con means the opposite of what it does in Node. What should I call a function with this signature in Go that whoops. All right. Oh, maybe pair? Oh, proxy. Relay? I think that makes sense. Relay, stream. What is it called in other libraries? I don't know. Let's see. So technically, I think you can have an error closing other than that you've already closed. I don't know what to call it. I want to give it a name. I don't know what name to give it. All right, what else? Pair. All right, I think I'm going to go with copy con because it's like copy, but it copies the whole connection. That's pretty good. Oh, interesting. You know what we could do here? Is we could also keep a counter for the read and the write. Was this? Oh, okay, N64. Fair, fair, fair. No, why it's not uint, but whatever. Copy con. Got the same thing here. All right, so all right, we're getting a little closer. There we go. Okay. Oh wait, no, we definitely don't. We definitely don't do that. Okay, undo, undo, undo. All right, so proxy. Actually, I kind of like this. Let's see. Well, that's pretty good. Let's see. Do I want to listen to that again? Or how about some rock opera? Let's see what we got here. All right. I really like how this is turning out. Some of this I'd like to be a little simpler, maybe. But I like the direction it's going here. Okay, so if the TLS handshake failed because there's no TLS config, there is a bytes read, which is going to be hc.bytesread.load. Maybe I should change that to an int64. That one extra bit's not going to make a difference. All right. We got the actual byte count. So an interesting thing about this one here is that well, okay. The TLS connection is going to use up more bytes, but not substantially more. Well, actually, in this case, it should be exactly the same. Let's see, where would the byte count be different? Because this one, copy connection, TLS connection. Yeah, okay. It actually, yeah, this one. Okay. I gotta think about this. This is if it's terminated. No, this is if it's not terminated. If it is terminated, then we're going to use the other copy connection. Right here. All right, let me think. Okay, are we ready to try this again? I think we are. Okay, maybe rock opera wasn't the best choice because it's got a lot of lyrics. All right, so it looks like it's listening. Oh, goody. My old friend, the null pointer reference. 316 by CopyCon. Okay. Okay. So that's a pretty reasonable error there. Target must be a non-nil pointer. $216. Ah. Cool. All right. I don't know what this handshake's supposed to mean. Oh. Yeah, now I do. The handshake. So I tried to write an error. So I think that also tries to write success for the handshake. But I don't think we need to capture that. All right. So I think we're pretty much at a good stopping point. Four, 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 333. Okay. So let's try this. We're going to run netcat. Four, 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 3, 3. So the handshake still occurs, but now we did connect to the back end. But what's our problem? Our problem is that the connection is still open. So if we cancel that, all right. So now, let's say if we had somehow, we could just magically configure, I don't know, say a TLS enabled web server, if we could just do that real quick somehow. Let me get rid of this. So this is a good achievement here. This might actually be worth all right, let me all right, so we're gonna do local. All right, you know, I kind of want to listen to this rock opera, but I don't like that it has lyrics. So we're gonna go to waltz. I like myself a good waltz. Oh, good. There's a good 25 of them on the playlist. Great. Okay. So, we have here local.paperos.dev. It's okay. What? HSTS? Why would it do that? Why? Why would it be using HSTS? How is that possible? Let me just, there we go. Okay. So here's... Okay, that's what I want to be getting. All right. Okay. So what I want to get is to get this page to load as foo.example.com, essentially. So let's go back here, and we're going to change example.com. It's going to have an HTTP 1.1 backend. Or we're going to do this one. Example.com. We have foo. All right. So we're going to do this. So I'm going to reload the config file. And we are going to go to, whoops, foo.example.com. And let's see. What did it... Alert internal error. Okay. So... This still thinks it's trying to connect. This has got back an error. So what do we make from that? I don't think this ever saw anything. Nope. Actually, what I might need to do... Hold on. It might be getting an error for a correct reason. Let me try actually adding this to the config here. So it's going to try to connect to localhost on 443, and it's going to pass through that domain, which is actually the correct domain. Okay. So, yeah, let's do that. So we see this gets ultra long, which is nice, and it's going to localhost 443. And so now, when we connect here, all right, and there we are. So, that feels good. Feels good. All right, was there anything else? I don't think I had to change anything. It was just a config, right? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. All right, so it does job 1. It reads a config file and it connects to TLS. So let's try this. In theory, whoop. I should be able to just do this in the browser as well. So let's see how it works out to be on this port. Okay, failed to fetch. Let's see why that is. Let's see if it's related to blocked by course policy. All right, so that's not too surprising. But that's not related to the TLS. Connection reset by peer. Okay. Let's see. I mean, it loaded all the assets. So that's all the stuff that it loaded. We can disable cache. We'll load again. And it loaded everything. So that's cool. Looks like it's working the way it's supposed to. And let's see if we're actually going over... We should be going over H2, no problem. So let's see what the headers look like. Yep, H2. There we go. Cool. All right. So the next step with this... Well, tomorrow, I got to resume other work. I did not do the other work that I could have, would have, should have done today. So tomorrow, I need to resume some other work. But perhaps Saturday, we'll finish this up. Well, finish it up meaning we'll get the certificates implemented. There's a whole bunch of stuff that could be done here. To me, what's important is first this that we have. Next thing that we have to have is certificates. We need to be able to terminate TLS, and I think that Go has a built-in web proxy. Golang web proxy. Here we go, proxy package. And maybe I should actually be using this. Silly me. Well, no, I don't. I think I could use this for my... So there's a dialer from environment. Oh, no, this is different. This is different. This is from URL. Default dialer. Bypass dialer. Add host. Okay, that's a little different. I think pretty sure in the standard library there is a HTTP proxy package. There we go. So this is the extended standard library, but all the same. Woo! Maybe it's not this one either. Nice. HTTP util reverse proxy. All right, we're getting warmer, baby. Oh, whoops, that's... There we go. All right, so to-dos. All right, so I'm thinking this one. And I'm thinking cert magic. Which I hope this doesn't come back to bite me in the butt. But it is, that's way too much for me to implement. And then having the ability to reload the config is going to be something that I will, let's see. So we need to have this. The other another thing that we need to have is all right, so this is something that we need. That's priority number 2. This is going to be priority number 1. Okay. I wonder if let's see. Yeah, I probably should use next protos just to be Go friendly. Not buck against the ecosystem, you know? I don't think we're going to do HTTP challenge handlers at all. I think we are going to need an internal check for ALPN. Let's see, there's a bunch of events. What is locker? It's pretty nice. Oh, you could never have stuff this simple in JavaScript. Brah! The concept of an interface is just foreign to... Everybody needs to learn Go. Everybody needs to learn Go. Everybody needs to learn Go. Let's go back. Storage interface looks easy enough. I definitely want a storage interface that can handle both. I wonder, does it have a different storage for the challenge? So this is the challenge that I want. Let's see. See. Storage. Okay. So it doesn't get to listen. So what should I do here? I'll go back into the telebit code and see how I implemented it there. It's not going to be good enough because cert magic has changed. So this was telebit client, telebit relay. All right, let's find cert magic. I imagine there's going to be some similarities. Ugh. Hopefully I don't have to have my own version of cert magic again. Oh. I don't remember what I had to do that for. I guess I could go look at it. Okay, so there's an Acme config. Okay. File storage. Okay. New. Right. Acme Z solver. So I want to do I think I want to do the DNS solver and the TLS. The TLS solver is what I'm most interested in. Okay, so when we wanted to terminate TLS, I probably did not do this right in terms of mutexes and whatnot. Get certificate. Okay, Acme, get certificate. Acme Z solver. Okay. Acme Manager. Manager. I'm pretty sure this was only done with the DNS solver, but I don't remember. Let's see. Well, it's time for me to go to bed anyway. But I just want to get a little bit of it. Okay. HTTP 01. How is this going to work? New solver. Present. Do request. Sure. Blah, blah, blah. So where was I actually using HTTP 01? That's the question. Where did I set this up? Enable HTTP 1. Acme HTTP 01 relay. Okay. That may have been related. Okay. HTTP 01 proxy. Okay. Listen and serve. Proxy handler. Proxy handler's here. And reverse proxy director. Target URL. Okay, so let's take a look at target here. Yeah, I don't remember how I did this. I was just in there. So... Okay. What did I do here? Debug flags and stuff? Let's see. Management, service, S&I. I don't know. Let's try. Let me try looking one more time. All right, there's internal telebit.go. There's DNS01. And it seems like this could be helpful. Okay, I think I remember now. So let's go back here. Let's go back here. Okay, so let's go to the HTTP 01. I want to look at that again. Okay. So do request. Where's do request? Method post, identifier message, token. Okay. So what I was doing here was I was saying, hey, there's another server that's going to be the certificate management server. And actually, I really like that idea in general. And so we're going to do... We're going to send this challenge to that server. And we're going to do that request. Set the token, do the request, make sure we get a good status code. And I don't remember exactly why I had to fork. Let's go ahead and see if we can find what was my fork of Cert Magic. Why did I fork it? Do I have a branch? So I got a solver here. Hopefully, the current one has those different solvers. Okay, it looks like this still is not updated, from what I can tell. Nope, we don't want to wrap our muxer. Oh no, please tell me. Ugh. Really? HTTP01 solver, maybe? Let's see what issues I've opened and what pull requests I've opened. Wait. Okay, get Acme challenge. Right. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay, this... Oh! Oh, we were down for 2 seconds. Okay. Hmm. So where is Get Acme Challenge then? Let's see. Okay, Get Acme Challenge is part of what? Oh, okay, it's in the main thing here. All right, so challenge, type challenge, Get Acme Challenge for identifier. Okay, so how do we know that there's an active challenge? Because I'm going to do something that's going to invoke the challenge. And then I'm going to get the challenge. So let me go look at this code over here again. Oh. Get config for cert. On demand. I wish that he had done that the same, but so be it. So how would I use the ALPN challenge then? TLS ALPN. ALPN. What's up? Hey, I'm about to get off again now, but I wanted to see if I could figure out how to use certain magic, because that's my next step. Let's see, I think this is this still running? Yeah, this is still running. And then if we go over here, that's been, I don't know, an hour maybe since I did this, because I've just been reading documentation for that long. So if I go to local, all right, so this one right here, this page is being served through the TLS router. So it's just doing straight TLS proxying. And I need to be able to implement TLS termination, because I just can't go and update all the servers. I need to take the caddy config and then run through it with a bunch of I can't remember what I was saying, actually. I lost track of my sentence mid-sentence. I can't even remember what I was doing anymore. I don't remember. I started saying something. Cert magic. It's magic, yes. And I don't remember what I was saying or where I was going with it. So that's probably a good sign. It's time to get to bed. But ideally, the two things that I want to use are the TLS ALPN challenge and the DNS challenge. So I don't remember what I was doing. I was saying something. I was talking about how this is connected to that. And the next step is going to be TLS termination. And I was looking at how I'd done it in my fork. And then I was trying to figure out how to implement it. I was trying to figure out when we call with the TLS config, there's a get certificate function, and then there's an Acme get certificate. And I guess what I don't know, Acme cert. So is there something other than get certificate? Okay, I need to see what get certificate calls. Oh, get certificate with context. How nice. Oh, I do want that. All right. Ooh. Client hello has a context on it. That's good to know. Client hello context key. No! Why is this a private function? Why? 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 Seriously? Why is that a private function? How am I supposed to use that? Oh. Oh. Yeah. I'm probably just gonna have to maintain a fork of magic cert or cert magic. Oh. Why would you make this private? I mean, I guess this could be copied. Hmm. Hmm. There's interesting stuff here. Okay, so where'd Chal data come from? Get challenge info. Okay, that's the same. Get Acme challenge. So the problem here, okay, is that I'm going to call get certificate, but I basically, I'm going to have to call that in a go routine, and I can't know when it's going to be okay to call that other function. Let's see. Get cert during handshake. Get certificate with context. Oh yeah, that's another thing I need to do is maybe in my wrapper, I can avoid some wrapping by using context potentially, especially now. I suppose that context probably supports generics at this point. Let's go check that out. I have not looked that up. I don't know if it. Well, I guess I don't know if it can. So with value. Okay, that says val any. But then, let's see. Type context is an interface. Value any. Yeah, it's just an empty interface. So then we got to do type assertions and that sort of thing. So where I'm not strictly bound, I don't want to be. Okay, so what I was looking at context because I don't remember. I was looking at context to see if some data was stored with something maybe. I don't know. Okay, but we've got this get certificate with context. It is going to emit TLS get certificate. Client hello. All right. And I guess there's a mechanism for listening to events. Is that the idea here? Okay. On event. Okay. All right. So we can do it in a roundabout way, I guess. Yeah, I don't really like that though. I want to just be able to call the function and not, I don't know. It would be so much less complicated if I could just call the function directly. Well, and actually that's not even helpful here. Get certificate obtained. Yeah. Get certificate during handshake. Okay. Certificate obtaining. So we don't know whether we're in the verify phase. TLS get certificate. Oh. As resource, check storage, acquire lock, releasing lock. Your debug, pre-check. Okay, generate CSR. Key source, key generate. Okay, let's look at that function though. Let's go look at that function real quick. Get Acme challenge. Let's just look at it, see if we can figure out what part of the process it's being called in. It's only in 2 places. Active challenges. Okay, present. Okay, I don't know if I should still be awake. All right, present, serve, clean up. What is this? Okay, get challenge info. So where is get challenge info called then? Or I guess the bigger question is where's present called? My way was better, okay? My way was consistent with the way that it's already done, using the same interfaces. My way was better, okay? It was. You know, HTTP solver, present. I'm going to look for one more thing and then I'm gone. A certificate is about to be obtained. Oops. Oops. I meant to say no, I think there. Yeah, I don't know. I just... Ugh. Five years ago. This is why open source sucks. We need commercial code. We really do. Sometimes I just don't understand the decisions that people come to. I understand the wait and see approach. I get that. I don't really get this one because it seemed like you've got 3 different storage mechanisms. They're all very, very similar. Even in the code internally, you can see in the code that they pretty much conform to the same interface. It's just that they're not exposed in a way for you to be able to use them. So they're the same interface internally in the code. And the code has configuration for this other stuff that, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if I want to do... this is something I don't want to do again. I did it with Greenlock. It was a pain in the butt. I unfortunately did not figure out how to monetize it. That's on my short list. Actually, this is kind of on the path to getting back to that because the problems I'm having with Caddy, I don't know how else to solve them. So I have to have this tool. This tool is a necessary tool for me. I have to go look at some configs real quick. Okay, so 880 kilobytes. That's how big my Caddy config is. I consider that to be insane. Most of the configs are for HTTP. TLS is terminated. They go to a single host. I could iterate over the config and produce a lot, but there's just a few that are outliers. All right. All right, this one looks like it's handled via proxy. I don't see... And it's basically impossible to read this config. It's basically the problem with a lot of these config files is, especially in open sources, they want it to be everything to everybody. Now, open source and enterprise kind of share that, I guess. But they want to be everything to everybody, and so the config becomes a programming language. It becomes a programming language with conditionals and with loops, and it gets away from you. So I'd like to be able to let's see how many lines it is. 24,000 lines. And let's see how many hosts we have. quite a few. Okay, 226 hosts. So probably half of those aren't necessary in terms of they were for things that were only used for a little while. But, you know, there's production stuff here as well. I kind of want to go two routes on this in that regard, to have a dev versus production for the future. Because, yeah, I could start moving dev sites over. But I definitely do need the TLS termination, because I need to terminate the TLS for SSH. I'd like to move the SSH over to IPv6, but I don't know. But the idea of having, you know, 226 IP addresses and then having to manage all that. I mean, granted, I've done quite a bit today, but IP addresses don't get much cheaper than $1 per month. I think on the best plan, let me go check and see how much would our IP addresses be. But yeah, I just don't want to have to do an IP address per domain name. I want to be able to just route things and have them pretty much have their own networking. Of course, I'll also need the proxy protocol, and there's an SSH proxy thing that's necessary. I think I could run it on the host. And would the host still have access to those? No, I can't. I run on those? I gotta think on that. The problem with the SSH proxy is that it requires kernel level, and I don't know if anybody. I know Cloudflare had one. There've been a few companies that have had them, but they require some low level finagling. So ideally, I just switch SSH over to IPv6. Problem there, of course, is that, you know, how many people actually have IPv6? There are a lot of ISPs that support it, but there's more that don't. Now, in terms of customer base, I think that the majority of customers, at least half, probably more than half of customers in the United States are on a very, very few ISPs that do have IPv6 support to a reasonable degree. But basically anybody in an office building that's not super ultra enterprise, and IPv6 often is turned off internally too. So yeah, it's just hard to say. Anyway, what was I doing? I was doing something. I was looking up something maybe. I think I've got an example of the other config file too, because I had another config file that had a few dozen hosts in it, but most of these, it's SSH and HTTP, so I will need to get termination there. Oh, and then proxy protocol. So I can't remember whether or not Caddy supports the proxy protocol. I think it doesn't. just kind of sucks. Listener wrappers, what is this? Okay. Wrapper proxy protocol. And I don't know which direction this is. Is this so that it can receive proxy protocol, or is this so it will send proxy protocol? That's where I'm confused. I think this is so it can receive proxy protocol. Yeah, this is so it can receive it. All right. And the other question is which version of the proxy protocol? I think there's two. I'm guessing that this must support both. Because there's a binary version and there's a text version. Hmm. I would love to see what this looks like, especially if there's a caddy file for it. There probably isn't, which makes it also a pain in the butt because let's see, does it extend caddy? Oh, excellent. Okay, good. There is caddy file for it. Oh, good. This is good. There's actually examples here. All right, good. Yeah, I wish that there were examples in the caddy documentation. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Oh, but hey, it's there. I don't know if I like where that's going. Do we want wrapper TLS? Well, that's good. So another idea is to have a jump box where there's an IPv, there's basically a public SSH jump box that only allows connections to hosts on the IPv6 network that are internal. That's another idea. See, that's so weird to me. How can this not find proxy protocol? How can the search not find proxy protocol? It's literally the page I'm on, but it can't find it. Ah, okay, good to know. All right, that's important information. Okay, but this, oh, I was looking to see which version of the proxy protocol. Versions 1 and 2. Yeah. So if I was back here, let's see. Not this one. It's always the same problems. At least they're easier to solve and go. All right. Proxy protocol module. Cool, cool. It does have caddy config. That's good. Wait. How did that help anything? What? Oh, this reminds me of my good old ASN1 parser days. No, but the reason I say how did that help anything is because I was expecting the proxy protocol to be here in this package. Maybe it's here? Oh, okay, here's where it is. All right, net IP parse. Allow, deny, policy. No? Listener wrapper. Where's the parser? Caddy context, but where is... Okay, I don't think that's quite it. Listener wrapper. Policy. I don't think this is it either. I don't know where... Okay, go proxy proto. Okay, there we go. So that's going to be where it is. So I'm just going to map out a few more things while I'm here. All right. All right, great. It does support versions 1 and 2. That's what I was looking for primarily here. Excellent. And let's see, is this just the parser or is this both? That looks like a lot of code. And it has commits recently? That's always so scary. Maybe it's just because of this stuff. Okay, so before that, update test. Oh. What was this in? Oh, that was just in a test. That's okay. That's fine to use that in a test. Oh, are we at version 1.0 yet? We're still not at version 1.0. Dang it. I don't like that at all. But 0.8, I mean, that sounds pretty decent, but worries me. It worries me. 2 weeks ago, before that, 6 months ago, before that, a year and a half ago. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. So there's been something that's happened recently. Okay, so this one is just bumping some changes, no big deal. This one is bumping some changes. Maybe there's some of that's related to that. All right. All right, so that looks pretty good. So let's see if does this go in both directions? Oh, yes. Okay, so I get to write the header there. That's great. That's the main thing that I would want here. Is just being able um that's cool. Cool. So he's got both parts implemented here. I don't think there's anything worrisome in this regard. Okay, cool. All right, I feel pretty good about that. At least the way that I will need to use this, I feel good about using this. Lock it down to a specific version. No worries. Okay. All right, so first thing I got to get Acme support. I probably need another whole day on this. I don't know if I can take tomorrow off to do that. At the very least, I got to start off the day with regular work tomorrow. It's been a couple weeks since I had a project day, so took a project day today. I was held back on that in part because of losing my laptop to the interstate on the that story. That's story for story time. Anyway, well, now I see a bunch of people are jumping on, but I've got to jump off because my brain is not functioning. My ability to hold things in context is seconds at best. I don't even know how I was able to read for the last half hour, but hopefully I made some notes, so hopefully I'll remember what I'm doing. And the next bit is going to be Acme config and then the proxy protocol. And the Acme config is looking good. No, not looking. The proxy protocol stuff is looking good. That looks like that's going to be easy to implement. The Acme config stuff is not looking like it's going to be as easy to implement. I think I'll find a way. I'll be using ALPN and I can't remember. See what I'm saying about my thoughts not coming together? Anyway, let me make sure that I've pushed the working code. I think I did. I think I pushed that. Oops, get status. Yeah. So that was a big huzzah. I'm going to put another one on here for that. Got it to the point where, and I'm actually just going to leave this up because what I'm expecting to see, I mean, this should be production ready. It's just go. But this page right here running on, so this is the one and this is the other. And the only problem is that the port makes this not cores compatible. But it's loading all the same resources and everything. So, you know, again, if I just do that and then do this, but boop, but boop. Oh, and we're not even seeing, we're not seeing it reconnect because it's not reconnecting. It's just doing bytes. So if I refresh it, there we go. I did a command. I did the 3-finger salute for the web page. The command shift R. That causes it to actually reconnect. It kills the connection, reconnects. So anyway, we can see there that that's working just fine. So that's cool. And then at some point in the future, I want an API for this, but for the short term, if I can just get the static config working and then just be able to edit the config file, run the linter on the config file. That's the other thing, is we need a lint option for the command line. Let's see. Okay. Don't know whether it's a bad idea or not. Anyway, I gotta go. I can't think. I gotta sleep. Bye.